हेलो हेलो चलते रहे। हेलो। ऑन तो करो उसे,
ऑन करो ऑन।
ऑन कर लिया। लाइट आ रही है उसमें?
लाइट आ रही लाइट। पूछ रहा हूँ इसमें, बोल लाइट आ रही।
लाइट आ रही है उसके अंदर? तो फिर चलती नहीं यहाँ पे। इधर भी लाइट आ रही है। अभी तो चला गया, चला है। करना और करना। क्या बात कर रहे हो? ऐसा वहीं जा। बस ये चल रहा है इधर, चला ही नहीं है, पता नहीं।
दूसरा है।
हेलो 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 चेक हेलो। गाने कौन से बजा दूं
कोई
गाने?
भी बजा दे ना, कोई भी बजा दे, कोई भी।
हेलो 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 हेलो
रुक जाओ भाई, वो लाइव में आ रहा है।
लाइव में आ रहा है?
वो लाइव पे आ रहा है उस वाले में। ब्राजील।
We are all set for day 3 of the Samsung Intercompany Cricket Tournament at the beautiful Noida Cricket Stadium. Day 3 is between the Samsung Tigers and the ENA Strikers. ENA Strikers are already 1 up in the Strike Series. Defeated Samsung Avengers on this exact venue. And Tigers suffering a defeat at the hands of the Samsung Avengers at the Oval on day 2 of the cricket tournament. The ENA Strikers won the toss and have elected to bat first. We have Kamanchu and Vasu who are opening the batting for the ENA Strikers. With Devi Singh Bhati, the captain, takes the responsibility of the new ball. He's a very natural swinging bowler that we saw in the last game, a left-handed bowler. Again, this is what we were talking about in the last game as well. He has a natural in-swing, a curve of the wrist, which tends to push the ball away from the batter into the batter. And if the line and length can't be controlled, then this is what we will see on a regular occurrence. A wide to begin with, and an extra run being taken by the ENA Strikers. So 2 runs already on board. Let's see what can happen here. Umpire stops play to ensure there's no disturbance behind the arm of the bowler. The long off fielder creating the disturbance for a momentary second. Again, another wide being run down. Another extra being taken. This can be extremely costly, like we saw in the last game for the Samsung Tigers. In the last game, the Tigers had given almost 50 runs extras, which became the deciding factor in the game. If they can curb those extras and keep that on a check, then we can definitely see a hearty and a healthy contest between the Tigers and the ENA Strikers. The ENA Strikers are an explosive unit. We saw they're a very well-rounded unit with great batting, bowling, and a beautiful fielding unit as well. That was angled in to the batter, getting good bounce off of the surface. Does well, goes to the mid-wicket region, will only be a single. First runs off the bat for the ENA Strikers. And first runs off the bat for Kamanchu Shukla. He will be extremely delighted with getting the first run on the board. It's always a very relaxing factor for any team member. Great delivery by Devi there. This is the line and length he can maintain. A 4 there. A little disappointed with the wicketkeeper, the captain, on that occasion. He knew that that should have been stopped. It was a beautiful delivery indeed. The fielders need to back up the bowler and the captain in this over. Again, this is what we are talking about. The natural in-swinger into the right-handed batsman. Gets that amazing scalp. What an incredible wicket to begin with. Swings right back into the batter. And that is it. What a beautiful delivery to begin with. This is what we were talking about when we mentioned the line and length. Absolutely beautiful. What a Jaffa. Vasu losing that wicket on that occasion for the ENA strikers. Sumit Sharma, the new batter. Cricket Heroes shows a very promising batter, Sumit Sharma. Again, that line and length is becoming a bit of a problem for the Tigers, but that definitely did get him that wicket on that last occasion. Very expensive over, but that wicket will definitely be quite helpful. Again, another Y8 being run out there. Very concerning for the Samsung Tigers. Beautiful delivery. That is the line and length that Devi needs to maintain. Comes right back into Kamanshu. Kamanshu is a very promising batter. And so is Sumit, to be honest. They have incredible records when it comes to the game of cricket. Last delivery coming up. A beautiful delivery again. Gets that gentle swing into the right-handed batsman. Leg buys. Another single. At the end of the first over, a very entertaining first over. 12 for the loss of that one wicket of Vasu. Back with the second over. It is beautiful. Day 3 of the Samsung Intercompany Cricket Tournament. Really nice and chilly here at the Noida Cricket Stadium. An early start to the day. Brings in a lot of entertainment for all the viewers on the field and online. Again, a beautiful delivery to begin with. What a beautiful ball to begin with. Gets that slinging action almost. Harish Singh Bisht. Harish, the pick of the bowlers from the last game. And the fighter of the match for the last game again. An incredible start up there. Put Kamanshu in a state of bother for a second. If you can see that he doesn't have a traditional upright action or a release point when it comes to traditional or the orthodox game of cricket. Almost side-armed. That's helping him get that purchase off of the surface. A very skiddy, these kind of bowlers. Usually they don't get a lot of bounce, but they can generate a lot of pace off of the surface, which can be troubling for batters or at any level. Harish was very disciplined in the first game. Again, a beautiful delivery, good punch. Will be running a quick single, good running between the wicket, between the two incredible batters there, Kamanshu and Sumit. Harish with that extremely promising first 3 deliveries, keeping the batters in check. The fielding team really needs to help Harish in this venture to get another wicket, another breakthrough. They need to be very tight in the field. It was very close on that first occasion with that LBW shout. Tries to go. Oh, a misfield A catch has been dropped in the center. Very disappointing with that. The team knows that was a very big opportunity. Harish needs to keep his cool throughout this contest because he is the pick of the bowlers. He knows that he can get that crucial wicket, that crucial breakthrough. A little bit slow off of the surface. Kamanshu had to actually actively push that ball and ended up almost giving it to the fielder. Tries to go for that big hit, clears a 30-yard circle, races towards the boundary rope, but slows down. 3 fielders chasing behind it, will be cut off there for a couple of runs. That will give a lot of confidence to Kamanshu as well. 2 missed opportunities there. Last delivery coming up for the over. Already 16 runs are on board, but this has been an incredible over from Harish, and the Tigers will be very pleased with this effort from Harish. Goes for the big hit, clears the boundary rope, and thrashes for a maximum. Kamanshu gets the final say on this contest of this over between Harish and Kamanshu. 2 missed opportunities, but on this one, Kamanshu takes the win. A beautiful 6 at the end of the second over. We are sitting at 22 for the loss of just 1 wicket. What an incredible contest we have on our hands, folks. Beautiful hit there. Again, a misfield. Almost races away to the boundary ropes. That has to be cut off. The backup fielder does well. 2 runs already on board. Good first delivery. The fielding unit needs to be extremely tight. They have to save these unnecessary singles and doubles if they want to keep the target extremely low, because keep in mind, folks, they have a lot of batting to come and they need to keep some pressure and mount some pressure on. Another wide there. We can see that usually the pressure gets to the captain. What a beautiful delivery there. That natural in-swinger really helped Devi on that occasion. Tries to capitalize on that overthrow. Again, another wide. This is getting extremely costly for the Tigers. As mentioned, the first game was lost by the margin that was created because of the extras. So Devi, the captain himself, has to take that charge to ensure that the extras really don't go out of control, because the ENA strikers really do have an explosive batting and bowling unit. The fielding unit has to be extremely tight when it comes to this contest. We know that 150, 160 is usually the par score on this ground. But with extras like this, we can easily see the total crossing that 200 mark, which can become very unforgiving for the chasing unit. 27 runs already on board. Beautiful in-swinger there on that occasion. This is the kind of line and length that Devi needs to maintain. When it comes to Devi, I've always seen that he might bowl a few wild deliveries that may go down for wides, but that one incredible delivery will just spook the batsman, and keeping in mind that they need to keep their emotions in check when it comes to batting against Devi. A big shout there, mix up in the middle. Will that be costly? But no. Again, tries to go for that big hit. The fielding team does well. The cover fielder was very proactive on that occasion. He knows that he missed Kamanchu's catch on that previous over. And after that, just after that, Kamanchu unleashed himself with that massive six. Sumit the batter on strike. Let's see what can he do on this occasion. The last ball of the over coming up. Again, a very expensive over. The natural in-swinger helps again. Does well in the field. At the end of the third over, we are sitting at a comfortable 30 for the loss of just one wicket. Kamanchu and Sumit Sharma are still in the center, and they're looking rock solid as ever. But the danger man, Harish, comes back to the center to perhaps upset this partnership, to upset the momentum that has been generated by the ENA strikers. Let's see what can the duo do on this occasion. Keep in mind, folks, that Harish is constantly creating pressure. He's extremely on the money. 159 wickets already. Best bowling figures of 5 for 40. So we know that he does have the oomph factor required to get that crucial breakthrough. Sumit facing the first delivery against Harish. The SG ball usually swings quite a bit. Harish with that first delivery coming up. Again, a beautiful delivery to begin with. Pierces the 30-yard circle and races to the boundary ropes for a 4. What an incredible drive there by Sumit. Just pierced through the cover region. That will be a boost to confidence for Sumit. An incredible shot there. 9 runs on board for Sumit. 7 deliveries he has already faced. What a way to upset the first delivery of the danger bowler, Harish. Oh, what a beautiful delivery. This exchange between the two batters and the bowlers has been quite entertaining. This kind of in Hindi we call it a jugalbandi. That jugalbandi between the batter and the bowler has been breathtaking to see. That duet almost. One thrashing to the boundary ropes, and the next delivery, again an incredible delivery, pushes it to the point region, extra cover region. Will only be a single, gets off strike. Kamanchu is now back. He was the one who almost lost his wicket in the first over that Harish was bowling. But the last ball gave the apt response and the apt reply with that mammoth of a 6. Harish is very good with his change of pace and can be very quick off the surface when required. Again, tries to go for the big hit, pierces the boundary ropes again for another 4, crosses the 30-yard circle with ease, and then race to the boundary ropes. What an incredible shot there. A 30-run partnership already on board between the duo. 39 on board for the loss of just one wicket of Vasu. The Vasu wicket did look pretty upsetting, that too on the very first over. But luckily for the ENA strikers, that has not hampered their motivation or that morale, and they have already stepped up on the gas as much as possible. Again, tries to go for the big hit and clears it for a maximum in the mid-wicket region. This is the comeback after that a little bit of a dicey first over. Having faced Harish, he is taking it to the bowler and taking him to the cleaners as well. Already a very expensive over. A boundary on the first ball. A dot, a single, and a boundary followed by a maximum. Once it connected sweetly, and we knew that this is going across the boundary ropes, guys. What a beautiful hit that from Kamanchu. He looked to be in control. He wanted to use the shorter side of the boundary of the field. Again, goes for that big hit and clears the boundary rope for another maximum. 2 huge sixes for Kamanchu. What a mammoth over this has been for the ENA strikers. At the end of the 4th over, they've already crossed the 50-run mark. 51 runs are already on board for the ENA strikers for their loss of just 1 wicket. The run rate well above 12.5. This is something for the history books, folks. Change up in the bowling. Radhe comes into the action. Oh, a beautiful delivery to begin with. Gets a good bounce off the surface. Great line maintained there as well. Sumit does well to just guide it to the third man region for a quick single. Gets off strike and gets the danger man Kamanchu back on strike. The drop catch of Kamanchu is proving to be very expensive now. It's like he's gotten a new life all of a sudden. Goes for that big hit again, uses it well, fielder coming underneath it, but lands in the no-man zone. He's very lucky on that occasion. He's using the power play to its full effect. He knows that only 2 fielders are outside the circle. He can take that chance to push it across the boundary rope. And if it even lands across the 30-yard circle, then they are in the green, as long as he doesn't loft it directly into the hands of the fielder. He's good in the first 6 overs. Giant accent. What an incredible shot there. A boundary for Kamanchu. The dangerous barrage of boundaries and maximums continue for Kamanchu, even against a new bowler, Radhe. Just helps it with the pace. Radhe is generating good pace off of the surface. So Kamanchu, very smart in his batting approach. Again, good change up. Just holds into the surface a little. Will only be a single on that occasion. This is smart batting from the duo. They know that they are getting those boundaries, those maximums. They're punishing the deliveries as much as possible, the loose ones. And with that, the 50-run partnership comes on board between Kamanchu and Sumit. Unnecessary wide there. Again, the wicketkeeper fumbles. Yet again, another run can be This is becoming extremely costly for the Tigers. They're becoming quite lethargic in the field there. Unnecessary runs being awarded to the ENA strikers. The Tigers need to be very proactive in the field, especially against a partnership that's building up already and already has crossed the 50-run mark. Sumit playing a very passive and a supporting role of 11 of 11 deliveries. Run a ball for Sumit. The star of the show has definitely been Kamanshu. On this stage, if Sumit can just give it a couple singles, a couple doubles, just get Kamanshu on strike, and they are in for a mammoth total. Again, goes for that massive hit. Pierces the boundary rope, but there's protection in the deep. Good running between the wickets. Will get 2 runs there. At the end of the 5th over, we're already sitting at a comfortable 64 for the loss of just 1 wicket. The ENA strikers are definitely running away with this, guys. The only upset for the ENA strikers was Vasu with that duck. Number 69. Quite problematic there, especially on that first over, folks. I mean, duck. Luckily, it wasn't a golden duck there. I'm sure Vasu will be quite happy with that. At least it got it off the second delivery. Another wide to begin with. Manpreet Singh Dillon, the new bowler, into the action. Current run rate of over 13. Again, very disappointing with that start to the over. Already 2 wides are on board. Spinner. A great shot there. Pierces through the boundary ropes for a 4. What an incredible, incredible shot there. The first legal delivery off of this over, and has been punished sharply by Sumit. He knows that he can get a few runs off of this over. This is the last over of the power play. Manpreet, the second delivery. Again, gets that beautiful shot. That elevation was absolutely exquisite and races to the boundary ropes for another boundary. 2 legal deliveries and 2 glorious shots there by Sumit. He's saying that, Kamanshu, hold up. You're not the only one who can hit the big boundaries. I'm joining the party. And a very decent partnership building up here for the ENA strikers. Sumit sitting at a handsome 21 off of 14 deliveries. Kamanshu of 34 off of 16 deliveries. Another wide there, proving to be a very costly over there for the Tigers. Only 2 legal deliveries, and already a wide plus a single, a wide, 2 boundaries, and another wide. Oh, gets that purchase off of the surface. Little bit of deviation. Misses the batsman completely. Great change up from Manpreet. He will be very pleased with that. Again, another beautiful delivery to begin with. If he can maintain this line in length, then this will turn out to be a very decent over at the later stages. Perhaps it's just about getting your eyes in, even for the bowler. Again, will only be a quick single. The gully region fielder does well. Point to gully region fielder does well. Will only be a single and will get the dangerous Kamanchu back on strike for the final delivery of this power play. 77 runs are already on board, a very healthy power play. Tries to go for that big hit. The fielding team does well. Will be stopped in the cover region for a single. Kamanchu retains strike at the end of the 6th over, at the end of the power play. It is 78 for the loss of just 1 wicket. Radhe back into the action with the 2nd over. Kamanchu tries to go for that big hit. Another catch being dropped, but a tough opportunity there. Kamanchu has the runs on the board. He doesn't necessarily need to go for that massive hit again off of pretty strong deliveries. Just misses the cover region fielder. Very lucky on both those occasions, both Kamanchu and Sumit. Will only be a single. Vasu's pretty animated in the dugout and extremely livid with that attempt at trying to score a massive run. Keep in mind, folks, he did not get out on the first delivery. Successfully defended the first one. Guys, to be honest, what an incredible song selection from our very own VP07. Big slash, deep point region, will only be a single, gets Kamanchu back on strike against Radhe. 81 runs already on board, very healthy run rate of over 12. Projected score of 246. And to be honest, with the way they have been batting, it seems to be pretty possible. Again, tries to go for that big hit, misses it completely. Will only be a single in the long off region. Deep long off region fielder does well to keep it down to a single. They've hit that maximum runs in the power play. But now if they can just build up this partnership even further, just stay in the middle and build a little bit of pressure against the Tigers, then towards the later stages of the innings, they can again start with the barrage and get the total up to over 200. At the end of the seventh over, a very relaxing seventh over for the Tigers. It is 84 for the loss of just one wicket. Manpreet back into the action. Oh, tries to go for the big hit. Sumit there misses it completely. The keeper does well on that occasion. The strikers are extremely livid with the fact that they have a very deep batting lineup there. Oh, again, misses it completely. Sumit not happy with himself. Quick shake of the head there for the batsman. He knows that he can punish his bowler, but Manpreet, on the other hand, is delivering a beautiful second over. Again, a massive lofted delivery, and no ball being called there by the fielder, and a boundary in the mid-wicket square leg region. Sumit will be very, very happy with that. Gives a massive boost to confidence. And with that, a free hit is now coming up for Sumit. What can Manpreet do this occasion? Sumit. Free hit. Let's see. Tries to go for that big hit. Misses it completely. Great ball from Manpreet on that occasion. Fan favorite, VJ69. Everyone again and again is mentioning about the triumphant efforts from Vasu. I guess Vasu has been the star of the innings. He gave way to these two mammoth batters. Another wide for the Tigers. Pretty upsetting this, to be honest, with the extra tally just racking up. With every few deliveries, we see a wide delivery that is just helping the batsman gain that much bit of confidence. The captain does well in the long off region. Will only be a single. Very healthy partnership of 83 runs already on board. 11.74 is the current run rate. Tries to go for that big hit, misses it completely again, yet again. But those byes coming quite extra, but no byes being called there by the umpire. Must be off of the bat. Perhaps a thin inside edge. At the end of the eighth over, we're sitting at 93 for the loss of just one wicket. Kamanshu definitely has been the pick of the batters here. 39 runs. I beg your pardon, pick of the batters has been Vasu, but after that has been Kamanshu. 39 runs on the board for Kamanshu of 21 deliveries. And Sumit playing a very healthy knock of 31 off of 26 deliveries. Both of them racing towards that 50-run mark. And they would like to get that notch up. And perhaps a joint three-figure. Devi Singh, the captain, comes back into the attack. He was the one who got the wicket of Vasu. Again, a beautiful delivery A single there for Sumit, gets off strike, gets Kamanchu, the danger batter, back on strike. The toss was won by the ENA strikers. They opted to bat first, and this has been a very triumphant start to their innings. Not even at the halfway stage, and we're already sitting at a comfortable 94 off of just one wicket. This is a must-win contest for the Tigers, and they have to win it by a decent margin to stay alive with effect to the net run rate. A quick single being taken there, good running between the wickets, but if that was a direct hit, that would have been extremely close. So perhaps unnecessary risks being taken here at this point, but Kamanchu and Sumit really seem to be under the impression that they know what they are doing at this point. Kamanchu is already sitting at a comfortable 40 off of 22 deliveries, and Sumit 32 off of 27 deliveries. Again, a push. No runs being taken on that occasion. Again, pushes it to the long off region, will only be a single. Radhe does well. A very risky shot there by Kamanchu. Goes to the mid-wicket region, will only be a single. This has been a very tidy over from Devi Singh Bhati, the batter. Again, a misfield. As I was saying that, a misfield gives that extra run there. The captain not happy with that effort in the field, but a very tight and tidy over. At the end of the 9th over, we're sitting at 99 for the loss of just one wicket. Final over before the midway is reached. And then a quick drinks break and a change of sides. And now you have the dangerous Harish back into the attack. Definitely when it comes to line and length, he has been the pick of the bowlers. But Devi Singh Bhati has been the one who picked up the wicket. Let's see if Harish can put brakes onto this mammoth of a partnership that Kamanchu and Sumit are building up. 41 for 23 for Kamanchu. Again, tries to go for that big hit. Again, a misfield in the cover region. Fielder will only be a single. Luckily, it did not cost them too many runs. Keep in mind, folks, the cover region is a very tough place to field. 100 runs comes on board for the ENA strikers. Ooh, a beautiful delivery, just misses the outside edge. Cleanly collected by the wicketkeeper on that occasion. Sumit, a very handsome 35 off of 31 deliveries. Kamanchu, 42 off of 24 deliveries. Incredible strike rates for the pair as well. Goes for that massive hit and clears the boundary ropes with a mammoth 6. Sumit unleashes himself. He joins the party with Kamanchu. An incredible shot at any ground across the globe. This would have been a 6. What a beautiful shot there. An amazing comeback from Sumit. Again, tries to go for that big hit. Very cheeky on that approach. But it races to the boundary ropes for another 4. What an incredible shot there by Sumit. And now he has crossed Kamanchu. 101 run partnership between the duo. 100-run partnership. Sumit and Kamanchu have steered this innings into the oblivion. And they are setting this up for a massive upset for the Samsung Tigers. Sumit, 45 on board. Beautiful delivery in the block hole. Does well to just keep it down to a single. A massive hit from Kamanchu. Fielder coming underneath it. Radhe does. Oh my god, that's another drop chance for Radhe. Another drop chance. Again, Kamanchu gets his second life on that occasion. And off of Harish, that too. 2 catches dropped off of Harish there. This looked to be pretty orthodox and a sitter. Harish is not happy with that effort at all. At the end of the 10th over, a massive upset for the Tigers, who are sitting at 112 for the loss of just 1 wicket. Sumit currently playing a beautiful innings of 46. Kamanchu playing a brilliant innings of 43. Sandeep comes into the action, very quick off the surface for a spinner. Sandeep. Kamanshu playing a brilliant innings of 43 off of 25 deliveries, and Sumit playing a brilliant innings of 46 off of 34 deliveries, 112 runs on board, and we are back with a side change. Oh, a misfield, but the field does well with that effort. Quick single, gets Sumit on strike. Try to go for that big hit, but very respectable. Again, Sumit very quick through the air. Another single. Good running between the wickets for the ENA strikers. They know that they have the runs on board, so no unnecessary risks being taken here by the ENA strikers. But the Tigers, they need a breakthrough at this point. Tries to go for that big hit again. Pierces the 30-yard region, but the fielder is there. Again, a quick single being taken. Sumit back on strike. 45 runs for Kamanshu. Sumit playing a brilliant innings of 47. They know that they can bring up the 50 with ease. Quick first run, goes for the second, does really well, gets on to 49, Sumit. Great running between the wickets for the batting duo. They have been very proactive in the field. Extremely proactive. 49 runs on board for Sumit. Five penalty runs being awarded there to the batting team. Unfortunate. Hits the helmet of the wicketkeeper there. Sandeep very livid with that. He thought that Sumit was out of his crease and he wanted the wicketkeeper to get a clean collect and perhaps get a wicket there. Sumit playing on 49. Can he get his 50 with this ball? Sandeep very quick through the air. 50 comes on board for Sumit. What an incredible innings this has been for Sumit. 50 off of 38 deliveries. 5 fours and 1 6, a strike rate of 131. He has been a solidifying factor in this ENA strikers innings. Kamanshu and Sumit have really taken the charge here against the Tigers. And at the end of the 11th over, we are sitting at 123 for the loss of just 1 wicket. Projected score of 224. Keep in mind, folks, this can be much, much higher because they're taking it really calm and cool. Perhaps till the 15th over. And then after that, they can take the charge again against the bowlers and get that mammoth score. With this partnership building up to speed, we can see a mammoth total, but Tigers are in a state of bother and they need a wicket to come as soon as possible. A change in the bowlers. Nikhil is the new bowler into the action. Oh, what? Oh my God, that race to the boundary ropes quite quickly. Tries to stop it with his feet. The point region fielder, but couldn't do so. Very, very quick through his action there, the bowler. A leg spinner, a leggy. But that action, very unorthodox. And very quick, to be honest. Can be troubling for some batters. But Sumit, on the other hand, does well. For another boundary, what an incredible batting duo this is. Ooh, a big shout there. Great delivery on that occasion. Gets it on the pads. No unnecessary risks being taken here by the batting duo. They know they have the runs on board. And with this partnership building up, another wide there for the bowling team. Last delivery, if he can maintain that line in length, perhaps the middle stump to that off stump line. And perhaps the length needs to be pulled back a little. That is what we were talking about. A great late cut there for a quick single. Brings Kamanchu on strike. Now it's Kamanchu's turn to bring up a no ball being called there by the umpire. Free hit for Kamanchu. 130 runs on board for the ENA strikers. 11.2 overs done. And a free hit being offered to Kamanchu. He has all the opportunity to go for that big hit. And he does! Goes for that massive hit. Sails! Another boundary there for Kamanchu. Helps with his tally. Brings up his tally to 49. What an incredible shot that from Kamanchu. Utilized the free hit to its full effect. 49. 49 runs on board for Kamanchu. And with that, Kamanchu brings up his 50. Another 50 on board for the ENA strikers. A very quick 50 for Kamanchu. Off of just 29 deliveries. He has been very explosive. A wild, wild wide there on that occasion, but the keeper does well to just not give unnecessary extras. 2 more deliveries to go off of this over. Again, the extras are ramping quite a bit. Good shot there. The cover region fielder does well. The deep cover fielder will only be a single. Gets Kamanchu back on strike for the final delivery of this over. 137 runs on board. A partnership of 128 off of 69 deliveries. A projected score of 232. Tries to go for that big hit again. Fielder coming underneath it, but can do nothing for that maximum for Kamanchu. What an incredible strike there. Goes to the long on region and a massive, massive 6 there. Crosses the boundary rope with ease. And at the end of the 12th over, we're sitting at a very healthy 143 for the loss of that 1 wicket of Vasu. Very expensive over for Nikhil. 20 runs coming off of that over. Sandeep back into the action. His over was extremely good in the context of this event. Pushes it to the deep cover region fielder. Will only be a single. Gets Kamanchu back on strike. Kamanchu playing a blinder of an innings. 56 off of 30. And Sumit, 57 off of 43. Great shot there. Will only be a single. Gets Sumit back on strike in the mid-wicket region. The fielder does well. Collects it cleanly. To be honest, with the field setup, Sandeep is very quick in the air. Perhaps the mid-wicket fielder can come into the circle and will generate. Oh, and pierces the fielders for another boundary in the third man region. What a beautiful shot that. What an incredible shot there for Sumit. 61 runs on board. Uses the field to his advantage. Knew exactly where the fielders were. And just guided the ball in between the two fielders. They had no option but just to look at each other while it raced to the boundary ropes for a 4, using that shorter side of the field to its full effect. And there it is! Sandeep utilizes his pace off of the surface to full effect. The dangerous Kamanchu has to depart after playing a brilliant innings. A big round of applause to Kamanchu for that incredible innings that he has played here in the middle. The ENA strikers extremely happy with that. The captain Money is now heading to the center. What an incredible innings from Kamanchu. A big round of applause for this batter. Went as an opener. Played a brilliant innings. And now has to head back to the pavilion. Sandeep, as we kept mentioning, is very quick through the air. So if it's the case of you miss, I hit, that's where Sandeep shines. Very wicket to wicket kind of a bowler and utilizes his pace to full effect. Rarely gets any spin off of the surface. But luckily, he missed. And a crucial breakthrough for the Tigers, and they are back into the contest with full effect. 150 runs on board for the ANA strikers. The new batter Money on strike. Faces Sandeep. A wide being called there. A single there to the long off region. A quick single. At the end of the 13th over, 152 for the loss of 2 wickets. That incredible innings by Kamanchu came to an end in that last over. New fielder Money back on. The new batter Money gets a quick glance for a quick single. It's fine like region fielder does well. Pradeep, the new bowler, comes into the action. Great start-up by Pradeep. The wicket-to-wicket approach is working quite a bit for the Tigers. Sumit playing a blind rough inning of 62 off of 45. It is in the air. Lands in the no-man region almost. What an incredible shot there, slashes it, goes to the point region for a beautiful 4 there. Stepped on the back foot and that slash with full effect. Money, the captain, gets that beautiful boundary. 158 runs on board. The entire ENA strikers batting unit is very explosive. Again, a beautiful hit there, but the fielder is there for protection in the deep. Will only be a single. Great connection with the bat. Sumit, the danger man, back on strike against Pradeep. Getting good pace off the surface. Great delivery in the block hole, does well for a quick single. Guides it towards that point, towards that cover region for a quick single. Last delivery of the over coming up of the 14th over. Great work in the field there. A mix-up in the middle could have been costly. Money does well to get back safely. At the end of this entertaining 14th over, we're sitting at 160 for the loss of 2 wickets. Pradeep comes back into the action for the ENA Tigers, for the Samsung Tigers, I beg your pardon. Gets a massive outside edge and races to the boundary ropes for another four for Sumit. Very unorthodox field setup for a fast bowler. The third man inside the circle. Now with a fast bowler generating good pace off the surface, Sumit is a very smart batter. He knows that if he can just glide it, guide the ball, he can get a very easy and a cheap boundary off of the bowler. And tries to go for that big hit. Fielder is positioned there. Will only be a single. Long on fielder as well. Radhe in the deep. Money comes back on strike. Money's playing very healthy innings of 9 off just 7 deliveries. Very explosive as well. Ooh, misses it completely. Mix up in the middle, but does well to get back in time, Sumit. They all missed the ball where it was. Missed the bowler, missed the wicket keeper, and missed the batsman as well. But a great delivery for Pradeep. As I was mentioning, Money is extremely explosive. And as I say that, he gets a beautiful shot across the boundary rope for a beautiful boundary. Very conventional pull. A slog almost. Against that full toss. 30-run partnership already on board. A healthy partnership building yet again for the ENA strikers. Two big partnerships. First between Kamanju and Sumit, and now between Money and Sumit coming up. Sumit playing a beautiful innings of 77 off of 53 deliveries. What an incredible delivery that from Pradeep. Money missed the ball completely.
We're back in the com box to join this action, and a carnage from Sumit. Beautiful boundary there on that last occasion, gets a thickish outside edge. Again, a beautiful shot there, just driven down to the long off region for a quick single. Brings back Shailendra on strike. Shailendra, in that last match, scored a beautiful century against the Avengers, and he is back in action here. But unfortunately, or fortunately for the team, only 3 overs are remaining in this first innings of day 3 of the Samsung Intercompany Cricket Tournament between the ENA Strikers and the Samsung Tigers, a tri-series between the ENA Strikers, the Tigers, and the Avengers. We have Sandeep back into the action. For me, he has definitely been the pick of the bowlers. He's quick off the surface, doesn't give too many extras, and got that crucial wicket of Kamanchu. He has been extremely lethal, especially off of the surface. The fielding team does well to just stop that for a quick single. Shailendra is on strike now. He knows that he has to accelerate for the last 3 overs. The projected score just falling slightly after those couple wickets of Kamanchu and Mani. Let's see what Shailendra can do on this occasion. Sandeep playing a beautiful innings. Sumit's playing a beautiful innings of 88. Tries to go for that big hit. Again, the long off region fielder cuts for a quick single. Sumit is at 88 off of 59 deliveries. Off the pads for a quick single, gets Shailendra back on strike. They know that these are crucial 3 overs. Both the teams know that very well. ENA Strikers look to be in a comfortable position, but it's no holds barred in this tournament because Samsung Tigers, they know it's a must-win tournament, a must-win match for them, Tries to go for that big hit, clears the 30-yard region fielder and has been cut well by the cover region, deep cover region fielder. 2 runs being awarded on that occasion. Gets Shailendra back on strike. 4 off of 4 for him. Sumit would definitely like to add those 12 runs onto the tally in the next 2 overs. 2 deliveries remaining. A quick single being taken. Mid-wicket region fielder does well to just keep it down to a single. Sandeep, as I was mentioning, has been bowling beautifully. Very wicket to wicket, very orthodox. And very quick for a spinner. Gets good perches off of the surface. If he can perhaps just hold back his length a little bit, he can make it very difficult for the batter. A great run between the wicket. Gets Sumit back on strike. At the end of the 18th over, we're sitting at 199 for the loss of 3. Only 1 more run required to bring up that 200 for the team. And luckily, we have Sumit, who's back on strike. And he will be very happy to face the final couple overs, because any player would like to bring up their 100, and he's only 11 runs shy of it. Harish, the dangerous Harish, comes back into the attack. He hasn't gotten any success in this match and has been rather expensive as well. But in the first game, he was the pick of the bowlers. But now he's getting a fair bit of treatment from the ENA Strikers. Both Kamanchu and Sumit took him to the cleaners today in his first 3 overs. Final over for Harish coming up now. He can get that purchase off of the surface for a quick wicket as well if Sumit tries to go for a massive hit. Again, a very unorthodox field setup for a fast bowler. No third man region fielder there. And as I mentioned, a third man region has been placed. Especially, he is deep inside the 30-yard circle. Again, first delivery coming up. Goes for that big hit. Will only be a single, mistimes it completely. Gets Shailendra back on strike. The run rate somehow has dwindled quite a bit ever since the last 2 wickets fell. This will give a lot of confidence boost to the Tigers. They know that they have fallen quite a bit short, especially in this as a bowling unit on this occasion. Again tries to go for that big hit, mistimes it yet again. Will only be a single to the long on region. Sumit conserving his energy on 90 off of 62 deliveries. He will be needing those 10 runs to bring up his century, and the entire team is gunning behind him for that massive century. And this has been a knock to remember for Sumit. Misses it completely. Great delivery from Harish. He knows that Sumit is definitely under pressure. He knows that he's sitting at a healthy score. Any batsman would be in their nervous 90s. But at this point, Harish is utilizing those nerves to his full effect. He's utilizing the fact that perhaps the 90s have gotten Sumit a little bit shaky in the legs. But we all know what a powerful hitter Sumit is. Even if 2 deliveries are left in this innings, he can definitely take it to the bowlers and bring up that massive century. What an incredible shot there. Races to the boundary ropes for a 4. This is what I was talking about. This is the kind of batting Sumit can bring to the table. 94 runs on board for Sumit. What an incredible shot. And with that, a massive 200 comes on board for the ENA strikers as well. We failed to mention that. 205 runs on board off of 3 big wickets. Vasu, those 2 deliveries were definitely very costly for him. Again, tries to go for that wide, big hit. Sandeep does well to cut it down to only a single. Harish was bowling a very decent over up until that last delivery. Almost got down on his knees and utilized the barren field on that occasion. Two runs being scored off of that leg by. Great running between the wickets there. They're utilizing everything possible to get a mammoth total on board. At the end of the 19th over, we are sitting at 208 for the loss of 3 wickets. Sumit playing a blinder of an innings at 95 off of 65 deliveries. Shailendra 6 off of 7. And Harish finishes his spell, a very expensive spell of 51 runs off of his allotted 4 overs. He will not be happy with that effort, and he knows that if the Tigers do get through to the finals, he has to come back strong for the finals, which may be very well against the very same team that he's playing against today. Radhe comes in for the final over. He has been very expensive himself. He already has gotten 30 runs on his run total. Oh, what a beautiful shot there. Guides it through the boundary rope. Gets on to 99. Sumit is just 1 run away from that much deserved century. The third man fielder couldn't stop that. He tried to use his football skills but couldn't stop that at all. A bit lethargic in the field, to be honest, from the Tigers. They're facing the heat from the ENA strikers. And with that, the century comes up for Sumit. What an incredible knock this has been from an incredible batter. He has utilized his power in this innings to full effect. First, he supported Kamanshu, and now he has taken it to the bowlers for a massive century off of just 67 deliveries. He has been the rock of this innings, and before the game, Shailendra told me that we will have someone else from our team who will be scoring a century. He kind of predicted it, and he was right. Sumit with that beautiful century tries to go down the ground. Shailendra will be only a single, gets Sumit, the Centurion, back on strike. 12 fours in that innings of 100, 12 boundaries, and he has been running like crazy there. When he has gotten easy singles, he has been conserving his energy. He's taking all of his sweet time. He knows when to accelerate and when to not. And what an incredible innings of 100 off of 67 deliveries. A big shout there, and very unfortunate. Tries to go for that massive hit. Gets it on the pads, has to depart back for a well-deserved century. What an incredible knock this has been from Sumit. Sumit Sharma, take a bow. What an innings from this gentleman. An incredible shot there. And delivery there. What a batter Sumit has been for the team. Completely made the game one-sided. The partnership between him and Kamanshu has been a standout of this innings. Last two deliveries coming up of the innings. Vikas Kumar Singh, the new batter in the middle. Can he capitalize on the last two deliveries and perhaps give the final flourish or that garnish to this innings? Tries to go for that massive hit, but there's protection in the deep, in the mid-wicket region. 2 runs being taken there. Great shot there from Vikas first up. Give a lot of confidence to him. Great advice being given from Vasu. Big score of a not from Vasu. An unnecessary extra yet again. Radhe with another expensive over here. But what an innings this has been from Sumit. And he will be joining us for a quick interview later on as well. Tries to go for that big hit, gets that uppish edge, fielder coming underneath it. Mistimes it completely. Shailendra seems to be quite injured in the middle. At the end of the stipulated 20 overs, 219 runs are on board to win this game. The Samsung Tigers will need 220 in the stipulated 20 overs. This will be a chase to remember, folks. If they can win this, which is a must-win game for them, they will need all the power and energy and a big partnership similar to what Sumit and Kamanshu had put forth. And we will meet you at the beginning of the second innings. We have a fan favorite here amongst us, Vasu. VJ69 here. A definite fan favorite. When you went to the middle, कैसा लगा था? Opening करते हुए, पहली बात तो ये बोलेंगे, फिर आपकी innings पाएंगे.
इनिंग्स पे आने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है। बॉलें 2 खेली है मैंने और एक भी बैट पे नहीं लगी है। पर पिच तो अच्छा है, बॉलिंग के लिए अच्छा है, बॉलिंग फ्रेंडली है। ऑल्दो काफ़ी अच्छा खेले हैं हम, 220 मारा है, 1 सेंचुरी भी है। बट अभी भी कम्पिटिटिव हो सकता है अच्छा खेल ले।
पर डगआउट से ज़्यादा मज़ा आ रहा था देखने में मैच, है ना?
क्योंकि 40 ओवर डगआउट से देखूंगा ना मैं। रन तो मारे नहीं है, यहाँ तो रन मारे होते तो मैं वहाँ खेल रहा होता, अब नहीं थे तो यहाँ से मोटिवेट तो यहीं से करूँगा ना फिर।
और ये मोटिवेशन के चलते ही ये बड़ा स्कोर बना, क्योंकि अगर वासु बाहर नहीं आता तो ये बड़ा स्कोर बनता नहीं, जो मुझे लग रहा है।
कोई नहीं, अभी एक मैच हो रहा है, फाइनल में देखेंगे।
फाइनल में 100 डिजर्व करने वाली टीम है ये, बिल्कुल ही। थैंक यू सो मच वासु, इट्स ऑल फन एंड गेम्स। थैंक यू एवरीवन, ब्यूटीफुल डे 3, एंड वी विल बी कमिंग बैक with a short break with that run chase of 220 of the stipulated 20 overs. Thank you. We are back with this exciting chase for day 3 of the Samsung Intercompany Cricket Tournament between the ENA Strikers and the Samsung Tigers. The Samsung Tigers have to chase down a mammoth total of 220. White to begin this bowling unit with Nitish Kumar. Radhe and Dharmendra, the two batters in the center. They will try to definitely give a quick start to this innings. Another wide being called there. Again, the extras can be costly in any form of the game. Keep in mind, folks, extras definitely rack up in the totals column. Great delivery there. This is the line length that needs to be maintained here. They're using the part-timer at this point. The ENA Strikers, they know that they have the runs on board, so might as well get a test of the talent that is already within the ranks. Tries to go for that big hit, misses it completely. Playing with that wide line there. Umpire calls it a legal delivery, but a great call, no doubt. Again, tries to go for that massive hit, but now this time around, it's on the wrong side of that white line. Wide being called there. Third wide of this over already. The runs have come off of the extras only. Second legal delivery coming up. Great delivery. Quick run. Pressed a slight misfield in the center. Dharmendra, the second fiddle of this batting duo. Another wide being called there. He needs to relax his nerves because they have the runs on board. On the pads will only be, beg your pardon, would have only been a single, but has raced to the boundary drops for the first boundary of this innings for the Samsung Tigers. Turning out to be a slightly expensive over here for the ENA Strikers. The Tigers are doing well. They need to push on as much as possible and get a mammoth total, especially in the first 6 overs. Wicket being given here. Gets that breakthrough. Completely bamboozled as to what has happened here in the center. Dharmendra has to walk back. Quick argument with the umpire. The umpire very justified, and they are very professional in their approach. Dharmendra has to head back, score that beautiful boundary, but this is not the start that the Tigers expected or hoped for. Great stumping there by the Centurion. Sumit, yet again with that beautiful stumping opportunity, utilize it to its full effect. The captain now walks to the middle. Devi Singh Bhati, he knows that he has to take charge. In the last game, Devi and Harish put up a massive partnership and put up a fight against the Avengers. Unfortunately, a mistimed run out costed them the match. Let's see what can Devi do here on this occasion in a must-win contest against the ENA Strikers. First delivery for Devi coming up. Great delivery, just missed the outside edge, cleanly collected by the keeper. Sumit does well. At the end of the first over, beautiful over for the Strikers. 9 runs scored off of that over for that 1 wicket of Dharmendra. 211 runs required in 114 balls, which can be a mammoth ask. A required run rate of 11.11. Nitesh Kumar picked up that beautiful wicket. Here we have Nitin, Nitish and Nitin, the two bowling pair here. They have two slips in the slip cordon as well. Radhe faces the new bowler, a fast bowler there. Perhaps get some purchase off the surface and can take the ball away from the right-hander. Oh, big shout there, gets a thickish outside edge. Lucky for Radhe on that occasion. If he would have missed it, that would have been lights out for him. Great throw as well from the fielding unit. A very relaxed encounter this has been so far against the Tigers, and sort of almost one-sided here for the strikers. But they definitely do have the firepower to cause an upset against the strikers. It's a must-win contest for the Tigers at this point to see who will face up in the finals. All two spots open. Decider at this point. ENA Strikers have already won their first contest against the Avengers, and they have put up a mammoth total of 219 already on board in their first innings. Quick pull finds the fielders. Nothing can be done at that point. Great recovery in the middle as well. 3 deliveries, 3 dots. This can be extremely costly for a team that's chasing 220 plus. They have to get a go on. They have to put pedal to the metal. Tries to go for that big hit. Clears the 30-yard circle cleanly and races away to the boundary ropes. Does well in the deep. The fielder cuts it off. Third run being taken here. Great running between the wickets. Good call by the captain. A very good shot by Radhe. He knows that all the fielders are inside the circle apart from 2, so he uses it to his advantage. The captain, Devi, is now on strike, facing his first delivery against Nitin. 5th delivery of the over coming up. Tries to go for a quick push. Misses the outside edge completely. Look at the energy in the field for the ENA Strikers. They are pumping up the bowlers. They're getting into the faces of the batters as well, trying to create some pressure. The two fielders in the slip cordon already creating a lot of pressure. Last delivery coming up for the over. What a beautiful delivery that was. Just gets that incredible shape away from the batter. At the end of the second over, it is 12 for the loss of just 1 wicket. What an incredible over from Nitin. Gets only 3 runs off that over. Devi is yet to open up his tally. Nitesh back into the action. Picked up that incredible wicket of Dharmendra. Quick stumping and great use of gloves from Sumit. We saw that Sumit, even in the first game, was keeping brilliantly. First delivery coming up. A quick push to the mid-wicket region will only be a single. Gets Devi back on strike. Great delivery and great fielding. Great cricket altogether. Does well to just rotate the strike. At least the strike rotations can ease the pressure in the middle. They know that the scoreboard is still ticking away slowly and steadily. Devi tries to go for that quick blocker. Quick misfield allows for a quick single as well. Radhe back on strike. Finally, Devi gets off the mark with that quick single in the point region. That fumble allowed them for an easy single. Very proactive in the field, the ENA Strikers. This tries to go for that big hit and pierces through the boundary ropes for a 4. First boundary for Radhe. What a beautiful strike that. He knew exactly where the fielders were. He knew that if he was playing in the V, if he could pierce the 30-yard circle, then the ball would end up in the boundary ropes, and he was absolutely correct with that assessment. Good over so far for the Tigers. If they can keep up with this momentum, it is game on between the ANA Strikers and the Samsung Tigers. So far, it's been a lopsided contest, especially in the first innings, with two incredible innings from first Sumit Sharma and then the second innings from Kamanshu. For me, the pick of the bowlers definitely was Sandeep. He was quick off the surface, very quick in the air as well. And he definitely gave a hard time and curbed the run rate quite a bit with his spell, because they were looking at an easy 240 plus score, and they ended up only scoring 219. Gets a thickish inside edge and races away to the boundary ropes for another 4. Second boundary coming of consecutive deliveries there. Nitesh not happy with that effort. He knows that he can perhaps get another wicket and put an end to the contest altogether. 22 runs on board. 2.4, 2 more deliveries to go. And a very healthy 10 runs coming off of this over already, with 2 more deliveries left. Let's see what can we do. Great delivery, misses the outside edge completely. Cleanly collected by the keeper. That was the first productive delivery for the ENA Strikers. Just builds momentum towards them, tries to go for that big hit, falls a little short. The fielder does well to cut it up. Will only be a single. At the end of the third over, sitting at 23 for the loss of 1 wicket. A great over for the Samsung Tigers. Radhe with those 2 massive flourishes, sitting at a comfortable 14 off of 12 deliveries. Devi so far hasn't shown what he can do. We saw in the first game against the Avengers that him and Harish can definitely hit the long ball when it comes to a very tight and close contest. Here at the day 3 of the Samsung Cricket Tournament, the Intercompany Cricket Tournament, a beautiful tournament that has been organized there. And hats off to VP07 for his incredible efforts in the organization of this event. What a beautiful delivery to start up. Gets that shape away from the batter. Will only be a single. Radhe does well to just rotate strike. He's respecting the good deliveries and he's looking to punish loose ones, but does well. Gets Devi back on strike. He knows he has to push on at this point. He has to support Radhe as much as possible so that Radhe doesn't feel the pressure and he can play his own innings. But Devi on the other end has to perhaps stick on with the scoreboard as much as possible. A big wide there. First extra. The batting pair a little dismayed with that effort because they knew that they could have run a couple more on that occasion. A rare fumble by the wicketkeeper. And a rare extra from Nitin as well. We know that he has been on the money. Usually he's never deviating from his line and length, but on that occasion we saw a blue moon example. Tries to go for that big hit, clears the 30-yard circle and races to the boundary rope for a third 4 for Radhe. This is what I was talking about. He's utilizing the power play to full effect. He knows exactly where the fielders are. He's looking to just place the ball over the 30-yard circle, and it is racing away to the boundary ropes. What an incredible effort there from Radhe. He will be delighted with that. And Nitin, on the other hand, he was extremely economical in his first over. Has already gone for 7 runs in this one. Only 2 deliveries, legal deliveries, have been bowled so far in this over so far. 30 runs are on board. Rushes up to the batter. Gets good bounce off the surface, gets a toe end of the bat. will only be a single, gets Devi back on strike. They will be happy with a 30 on board already in quick succession as well. But to be honest, they will be looking to maintain that 10 run and over run rate as much as possible from here on forward to ensure that they are in this contest against the ENA strikers. Beautiful outswinger there, right in the block hole, defended well by Devi. He knows that he has to be the supporting role in this partnership, with Radhe taking charge as much as possible. He's not timing it as much as he would like, but with that sheer power, he is pushing the ball across the boundary rope. Already 3 boundaries have come off of Radhe's bat. Ooh, a wild slog there from Devi. Great change up in pace from Nitin. Good comeback for Nitin. Devi has definitely been facing the heat from the ENA strikers. First when it came to his bowling, and now in this batting pair. We know that Devi, once he gets his eyes settled in, he can definitely hit the long ball, and we are all waiting for that big contest. Pushes it for a quick single. Great work done in the middle. Overthrows. Another single being taken there. Good running between the wicket for the batting pair. Great call by Radhe as well. At the end of the 4th over, we're sitting at 33 for the loss of just 1 wicket. And Radhe is playing a beautiful knock of 20 off of 15 deliveries. He is definitely the pick of the batters so far. Let's see what can he do to create an upset. Money, the captain, takes charge. He knows that he can definitely get a wicket or 2 to put an end to this partnership that is brewing up between Devi and Radhe. Devi playing the supporting role in this partnership so far, but Radhe is taking charge with those 3 glorious boundaries. First off of Nitesh, and then that one beautiful boundary right towards the comb box for Nitin against Nitin. Now Money, the captain, takes charge of the bowling. Great all-round cricketer, Money. He's been a valuable asset for the ENA strikers. Fast bowler. Very loopy there. Gets a beautiful hit off of Money for another boundary. Radhe is taking this challenge on with full effect. He knew exactly what the field placement was. Gets that glorious, glorious hit in the mid-wicket region. Utilized that full toss to its full effect. What an incredible show this is from Radhe. Very quick on his feet as well, and very powerful off the back foot. 24 off of 16 deliveries. He's already putting the pressure back onto the ENA strikers, and this will help the team with the morale as well for the next batters to come. Again tries to go for that big hit, and again crosses the boundary rope for consecutive boundaries. He is taking the charge here. They know that they need a beautiful net run rate to qualify at this point. 32-run partnership already coming up between Devi and Radhe. Keep this in mind, folks. Devi has only scored 3 runs off of that 32. 28 runs have been scored by Radhe in his 17 deliveries that he has faced. The required run rate is 11.43, current run rate of 9.46. They will be pretty happy with this effort so far. They know that they will definitely get a couple big overs in the middle, but the power play has to be utilized to its full effect, and Radhe is doing exactly that. Tries to go for that big hit again. Fielder coming underneath it. Kamanshu misses it completely and pushes it across the boundary rope for the 3rd consecutive boundary for Radhe. What an incredible shot that, but a missed opportunity for the ENA strikers. They could have departed the danger man Radhe back into the pavilion, but at this point Radhe gets the better of the bowler and the fielding unit with that amazing, incredible boundary there. I'm failing to add any more adjectives to this innings that Radhe is playing so far. An incredible innings of 32 off of 18 deliveries. He is taking this challenge with full effects, and he wants to take his team across the rope. Money, the captain, with a very expensive over so far, again pushes it for a quick single. Does well to keep it down to a single. The fielding unit, great backup as well. Money will be very happy to get Radhe off the strike and to get Devi back on strike. Devi playing a very relaxing supporting role of 3 off of 7 deliveries so far. He's trying to get Radhe back on strike as much as possible, but kudos to Radhe with that incredible batting he is showing here. A beautiful shot there, but Comanche does well on that occasion. Quick single, great running between the wickets from the batting duo in the middle. This is what is required in this run chase, folks. 220 runs required in the 20 overs, and what Radhe and Devi are doing in the center is definitely one for the history books. If they can build up a partnership and put up a beautiful fight against the ENA strikers, we can see one of the massive upsets in the Noida Cricket Stadium and on day 3 of the Samsung Intercompany Cricket Tournament. Radhe, again, a beautiful delivery, gets that natural in-swinger, defends it well. No, says the umpire. At the end of the 5th over, what an incredible over that for the Samsung Tigers. 47 for the loss of just 1 wicket. And Radhe playing an incredible role of 33 of 20 deliveries. And Devi playing a supporting role of 4 off of 8 deliveries so far. A very expensive over from Money. 14 runs being scored off of that over. 47 for the loss of 1 wicket. The required run rate just creeping above the 11.5 mark. But at this point, the way they have been batting, they really don't need to take that into account as much as possible. Nitesh comes in with his 3rd over. If Nitesh can perhaps get them that breakthrough like he did with Dharmendra, then this can be a contest that is game on. But so far, this contest is very head-on between the Tigers and the ENA strikers, because Radhe has been the sole man to take it to the cleaners against the ENA strikers. Devi again misses the outside edge completely. Cleanly collected by Sumit on that occasion. Does really well. Sumit, very economical when it comes to his wicket-keeping performance as well. The star of the ENA strikers innings, scored 100 runs. Nitin with his 2nd delivery. Beautiful delivery there, defends it well. Devi. They need to perhaps look at rotating the strike as much as possible, and especially since it's the last over of the power play, they need to get Radhe back on strike to get a couple more boundaries under their belt before the end of the power play. Nitin bowling incredibly well, 13 runs being scored off of his overs. Ooh, misses the outside edge completely. The footwork has been a little concerning for the Tigers, especially from the captain. They know that they need to get Radhe on strike as quickly as possible. 3 dots already coming off of this over. The pressure mounting on Devi at this point, and unnecessary pressure will be mounting on Radhe as well if he gets on strike by the end of this over, because he knows that this will be the end of the power play. And the power play definitely is crucial in the T20 format of the game. Devi tries to go for a big hit, misses it entirely, but it is racing away to the boundary rope. So the first boundary of the bat of Devi, that will give him a confidence booster and will ease the pressure off of Radhe as well. A good shot there from Devi. Mistimes it a little, but was lucky on that occasion, get a thick bottom edge of the bat and raced to the boundary ropes in that square leg, fine leg region. Nitin with his 5th delivery coming up. A very smooth bowling action this. Tries to go for that big hit. Finds the fielder there. Great running between the wickets. Great fielding from the captain Money on that occasion. Still a shake of the head because of the previous over. Very expensive previous over, which was not expected from Money. He is definitely a very skilled bowler. captain of the ENA Strikers, conceded that over. Nitin with his final delivery coming up. Radhe tries to go for that big hit. Pierces, Money does extremely well to stop that boundary. Save 3 crucial runs for his team. At the end, of the power play, it is 53 for the loss of just 1 wicket. It is game on at day 3 of the Samsung Intercompany Cricket Tournament between the ENA Strikers and the Samsung Tigers. The Strikers have a mammoth task. I beg your pardon, the Tigers have a mammoth task of chasing 220 off of 20 overs. But the pick of the bowlers so far has been Nitesh, who picked up that sole wicket in his very first over. And the pick of the batters has been Radhe, 34 off of 21 deliveries. And those glorious boundaries that he has been scoring off of this bowling unit. We have the fan favorite Vasu, who comes into the attack. We can hear the chants of Vasu, Vasu across the boundary ropes. Unfortunately, couldn't open up his tally during the batting innings. But let's see what can be done here from Vasu, VJ69. An incredible player, no doubt. Not had the best of days today, but definitely can he turn it around with the ball and get that crucial breakthrough, and especially that crucial wicket of Radhe, who is on strike against Vasu. Almost 12 runs per over required at this stage. Samsung Tigers require a very healthy 167 off of 14 overs. Definitely chaseable, folks, with the way they have batted. Definitely chaseable, and this is game on. If they can chase this, the net run rate will jump up quite a bit. What a beautiful startup from Vasu. He takes it back. He knew that he had to do something big here. The fan favorite strikes, gets the danger man, Radhe, on the very first delivery. What an incredible turn up from Vasu, right with the bowling arm. The magician here in action gets that crucial wicket of Radhe. What an upset for the Tigers. Radhe was the danger man. The first ball after the power play. The magician gets his first wicket. Vasu, what a great comeback after that batting innings. This will put everyone to rest. The massive clap in the middle resonates and echoes. Radhe, what an incredible innings you've played, young man. This has been a beautiful knock, no doubt. He knew that he had to be the anchor of this innings, but that magic arm of Vasu could do anything and gets that crucial breakthrough. Now the most important partnership walks into the middle between Harish and Devi. If these two can get going and build up a partnership, then this game is open. And this game will be one to remember, folks, if these guys can get going. Harish was very expensive with the ball. Will be definitely looking to strike back as much as possible with the bat. Vasu, the golden arm, picks up the wicket on his very first delivery. I guess the interview was very helpful for Vasu to gain some perspective into what's more important in the game, and which is to win it for the team. Tries to sweep it, does well. Fielder there will keep it down to a double. Great running between the wickets. Harish will be very happy with getting off the mark on the first delivery as well. First runs on board for Vasu as well. Third delivery coming up of the 7th over. Beautiful, beautiful shot, beautiful delivery there. Loops it up completely. Deceives the batter on that occasion. Great start from Vasu Vijay, 69, as he's known in the hush-hush realms of the cricketing circle. Again, a beautiful delivery there. Misses the outside edge completely. Sumit does well to collect it cleanly. This has definitely pumped the brakes for the Samsung Tigers. And the strikers, the NA strikers, will be very happy with that effort. Gets good bounce off of the surface. Tries to go for that massive slog yet again, but misses yet again. Pressure building up on Harish now. Ooh, misses the outside edge yet again. What an incredible over this has been from Vasu. The pick of the bowler so far. Picked up a wicket on the very first delivery. 2 runs and then complete dots after that. Only 2 runs scored off of the last over. The required run rate has jumped above 12.5 at this stage. At the end of the 7th over, we're sitting at 55 for the loss of 2 wickets. Fairs, the new bowler, comes into action. What a beautiful wicket this has been. Misses it completely. Sumit does well to collect it from the com box. For a second, looked like the game is over for Devi, but was off of the gloves of Sumit. Tries to go for that big heave. Misses it completely. Again tries to go for that big hit, but there's protection in the mid-wicket region. Will only be a single. Team does well. Again, a good shot there in the mid-wicket region. Will only be a single. Gets Devi back on strike. Devi will try to look for a big hit that misses it completely. Very quick with his glove work there, Sumit. What an effective keeper. He has been an MVP for the team. Got that stumping for Dharmendra. And has been proactive in the field. And that century, of course. How can we forget that century that he got? Fairs bowling incredibly well, keeping the pressure on Devi and Harish. Devi is not settled in as much as he would have liked so far. Would be a single. Kamanshu taking a quick tumble there. Final delivery of the 8th over coming up. A very relaxed and calm over so far for both the batter and the bowler. Gets that top edge. Sails over the head of the keeper. Will only be a single. At the end of the 8th over, we're sitting at 59 for the loss of 2 wickets. Devi playing at 11 off of 17 deliveries so far. And Harish playing a knock of 4 of 7 deliveries. Strike rate is a bit of a concern for the Tigers at this stage. They know that they have to get a head on and they need to hit as much as possible at this point to get a beautiful total on the mark. Because being honest, like 220 is a mammoth total to chase. And ever since Rathe departed, this has been a very tough knock in the last 2 overs. First from Vasu and then from Fairs. So now we have another change up in the bowling unit. Harsh comes into the action. 47 wickets in his career so far. Best bowling figures of 3 of 9. They have a massive, massive team here, the ENA strikers. I see everyone seems to love to bat, seems love to bowl. Again, a big delivery there. Keeper does well, rushes behind it, will only be a single so far. Devi is back on strike. Harish gets a single of the very first delivery of the 9th over. Devi facing the first. Oh, raced onto the batter there. Just came a little bit into the right-handed batter. Gets it flush on the box. Looks to be in a state of bother there, Devi, for a second. Big wide there on that occasion. 60 runs on board for 61 runs on board for the Samsung Tigers after that wide. Harsh will be looking to get a breakthrough. And this is the breakthrough that will be required because both Devi and Harish, once they have solidified their partnership, they can definitely hit the long ball as we saw in the last contest. Very solid batting unit, the Tigers as well, but unfortunately the strike rate at this point has been a bit of a bother for the two in the center. Haven't seemed to got the eye in, and a dropped catch there from Kamanchu in the cover region fielder. He has got a pair of safe hands, but unfortunately on that occasion, very unfortunate drop there in the center. Extremely livid with himself. Harsh tries to go for that big hit. Kamanchu gets his second chance, and this time he doesn't make a mistake. Gets that crucial wicket of Harish. This is what we were talking about. Harsh gets the wicket of Harish. What an incredible tongue twister that was for a second, folks. But this is the breakthrough that was required for the ENA strikers. Now it is dwindling. This innings is falling apart for the Samsung Tigers at this point. What can be done? What needs to be done at this point is someone has to take charge and someone has to play the innings that Sumit played to at least try to hit or try to get a big score on board to chase down a mammoth target. Required run rate slowly and steadily creeping up inch by inch. Has now gotten above 14. Sandeep, the new batter, comes into the middle. A misfield there, a rare misfield from the ENA strikers. Sandeep tries to go for that double. Good running between the wickets from Sandeep and Devi. Quick calls need to be taken. Sandeep knows that runs are scarce at this moment for the Tigers. So if they want to win this contest, they need a massive, massive run rate that they have to maintain throughout this innings now. We are approaching the halfway mark of this innings as well. Fairly quick this match so far. Day 3 of the Samsung Intercompany Cricket Tournament. And the star boy comes back into the attack. Vasu, VJ69. Got a wicket off the very first delivery, that too of the danger man Radhe. What a beautiful delivery to begin with. Devi has no option but to defend it cleanly and send it back to the bowler. Tries to go for that massive hit. Great work in the field there. Fairs does an incredible job there to stop that. He saved a couple runs for his team on that occasion. Misses the outside edge yet again. Vasu, very entertaining figure in the middle for the ENA strikers. Extremely livid that that wasn't an outside edge there on that occasion. Sumit doing really well. Again, another missed opportunity for Vasu. Such an animated figure there. He's very happy with himself. Got that redemption after that silver duck. But he has now gotten this redemption after getting that wicket off the very first delivery. Devi has to get a step on the gas now at this point. As I mentioned, again, very animated in the field. Vasu will only be a single, get Sandeep on strike. Strike rate is now becoming a bit of bother for Devi. Only 13 runs off of 24 deliveries. Doesn't look like a chase of a 200 plus total. Sandeep, very unorthodox, almost. What a beautiful shot there, but a fielder placed for the protection in the deep extra cover region. Fielder is there, does well. We'll keep it to a single. Shiv Narayan Chandrapal almost in the middle. But this is what is required. You know, you need a little bit of innovation when you're chasing a total this big. If you don't innovate, it can be definitely tough. If we innovate as much as possible, keep rotating the strike as much as possible, then this is game on, you know. At the end of the 10th over, we're sitting at 66 for the loss of 3 wickets. A quick drinks break, and we will be back in action after that drinks break. No ball being called there by the square leg umpire. A wild delivery to begin with. 12th over coming up for the ENA strikers. Samsung Tigers 74 off of 3 wickets in that 11 overs. 146 runs are required in 9 overs. 16.22 is the required run rate. Has to be a very explosive innings from here on if they wish to chase down the target. Great work in the field there. The cover region fielder does extremely well to cut it up. Will only be a single. Sandeep gets back on strike. Could not capitalize on that free hit. Let's see what Sandeep can do here on this occasion. Tries to go for that big hit again. The deep cover region fielder does well, the extra cover fielder. Another single on the tally, but the singles won't do at this point for the Samsung Tigers. The Tigers need a roaring innings to depict the Tigers' attacking personality to get that target done and dusted. Ooh, a beautiful delivery. Misses the outside edge. Cleanly collected by Sumit on that occasion. Does well with the gloves. Sumit is very proactive in the field from behind the stumps, cheering on his teammates as much as possible. And he is the one who got that crucial century, which shaped up this beautiful innings for the strikers. And now he's been helping the bowlers from behind the stump. Again, a beautiful delivery. Swings back into the batter. Gets a thickish inside edge. 2 runs being taken there. A quick fumble in the middle. 2 runs taken down the tally. .04 now the required run rate. Now this is becoming a very troublesome innings for the Tigers again. No one is staying in the center and playing those big hits. Beautiful delivery. Swings into the right-handed batsman, hits the block hole, will only be a single. Devi does well to dig it up. Mid-wicket region fielder was active on that occasion. Now Sandeep back on strike to face the final delivery of the 12th over. A very unorthodox side-on batting stance. Big shout there, no, says the umpire. At the end of the 12th over, we're sitting at 79 for the loss of just 3 wickets. The wickets haven't fallen, but the strike rate has becoming a big state of bother for the Tigers. Required run rate above 17, which is making the contest even tougher for them. Only 8 overs remaining. 17.63 is the required run rate. Tigers require 141 runs in 8 overs. A mammoth ask, to be honest. But if someone can do it, it's Devi and Sandeep. They do have the firepower required. But keep in mind, folks, this is a massive ground here at the Noida Cricket Stadium on day 3 of the Samsung Intercompany Cricket Tournament. A beautiful tournament that has been organized between 3 teams of the Samsung divisions. The ENA Strikers, the Samsung Avengers, and the Samsung Tigers. The Avengers have already won a match against the Tigers, but they lost 1 against the Strikers. So the Strikers, the clear favorites on this occasion as well. A quick single down to the long off region will get Sandeep back on strike. Devi has scored 20 off of 31 deliveries. Sandeep 7 off of 9. A very unorthodox Shiv Narayan Chandrapal-esque batting stance there for Sandeep. Will only be a wide on that occasion. Couldn't capitalize as much. Vishal, the new bowler, into the attack. Oh, just pierces the fielders, races to the boundary ropes for a boundary, a much needed boundary for the Samsung Tigers. What an incredible shot that. Just pierced the boundary, the fielders first, and then the boundary rope for a much needed boundary there for Sandeep. This is what I was mentioning, folks. If he can just stay centered and grounded in the center, he can definitely get a few runs ticked off quickly and in a healthy fashion. That's it! What an incredible catch that from Money. The captain takes that beautiful leap. Vishal gets his first breakthrough, and Sandeep, the danger man, has to walk back after that beautiful boundary that he had scored. The field placement comes into effect, and this looks like it is almost game over for the Tigers. At this point, Manpreet now walks into the center. What can Manpreet do? To be honest, folks, Devi has to be the one who has to take charge and to accelerate towards the later half of this innings. Manpreet Dhillon, the new batter, comes into the center. 85 runs off of 4 wickets in their 12.3 overs. A required run rate of 18, 135 runs required and 45 deliveries. This is a mammoth task and a massive ask from the Samsung Tigers. So far, the ENA strikers seem to be under control and the team that is clearly winning this contest. But this is the game of cricket, folks. It's anyone's game till the very last delivery. And if we can get a few big flourishes from Devi, the danger man, then we can definitely see that it's game on. And Vishal bowling his 4th delivery off of the over. Gets a thickish outside edge. Third man fielder comes into action. Will only be a single. Gets Devi back on strike. Devi knows that he has to take the charge on at this point. Fifth delivery coming up off the over. Devi tries to hit it big but misses it completely. Misses the outside edge. Last delivery coming up for the over. 13th over. 86 runs on board, which is definitely not enough at this stage. Misses the full toss yet again. Will only be a single. Keeps Devi back on strike. At the end of the 13th over, we're sitting at 87 for the loss of 4 wickets. Radhe played that beautiful innings of 34 off of 22 deliveries, and Devi, the second best batter, 21 off of 33 deliveries. Vishal bowled a beautiful over and got that wicket of Sandeep, the danger man. The required run rate now creeps out to even further to a 19. 7 overs are yet to be bowled. Faiz comes back into the attack for the ENA strikers. 133 runs are now required off of 7 overs. This seems to be done and dusted for the ENA strikers, and they are ready to head on and march on to the finals. So far, the undefeated team in the tournament. Leg bye is being called by the umpire. Manpreet comes back on strike. Thick inside edge. Will only be a single. Bowler gets behind it. Faiz is an incredible fielder, as we saw just before the drinks break. He stopped a crucial boundary at the short long on region, almost near the pitch area, and does really well to stop that ball. A very lethargic innings so far for the Tigers. A wild wide on that occasion from Faiz. The ENA strikers hold themselves to a higher standard than that. They want the teammates to bowl wicket to wicket, to not give too many extras. Tries to go for that big hit. Little bit of confusion in the middle. After a little mix up in the middle, Devi, the danger man, has to depart. He was bowled by Fairs. Very concerning state here for the Tigers. Devi played a beautiful innings, couldn't accelerate it as much as he would have required. But he played a sporting innings for all the batters that came in and went out. And the captain has to depart back now. New batter, Pradeep, walks to the centre. The 5th wicket falls for the Samsung Tigers. Tries to go for a massive heave yet again, but misses it completely. 90 runs are on board for the Tigers. Run rate above 20 at this point. There seems to be game over for the Tigers. But they will definitely be looking forward to the next few tournaments at this point. Will only be a single for Pradeep here. Fairs again does well. Collects it. Manpreet is now back on strike to face the final delivery of the over, of the 14th over. After that, 6 overs will be remaining of this contest, but I don't think this next 6 overs will change the story any further, because the ENA strikers seem to be quite a bit in control at this point. A push to the mid-wicket region will only be a single, gets Manpreet back on strike, because it is the end of the over. So the end of the 14th over, we're sitting at 92 for the loss of 5 wickets. It seems to be game over for the ENA strikers, and they are very happy that they will be heading on to the finals to face the Samsung Avengers. But still, in the next 6 overs, if we can see something absolutely magical from the Tigers, it can be game on, because the required run rate is now well above 21, which is perhaps a task that you see only once in a lifetime. Wide being called there by the umpire. Vishal comes back into the action for the ENA strikers. A push to the long off region will only be a single here. Dilly-dallying in the center here, the batting pair. 94 runs on board. Required run rate of 22. Again, misses it completely. Pradeep. Ooh, feel it. Tries to come underneath it. A lifeline there for the batter, for Pradeep. Gets Manpreet back on strike. Last over, last delivery of the 15th over coming up from Vishal. Oh, misses it completely. Got back to the crease in time. Great glove work there by Sumit yet again. At the end of the 15th over, we're sitting at 97 for the loss of 5 wickets. Gets a beautiful drive there and races to the boundary ropes for 4. Kamanchu could not stop that. The valiant effort in the deep. But a much needed boundary comes up for the Samsung Tigers. But a little too late in this innings. Required run rate is now 47, which is definitely not possible. Beautiful shot there again. Races to the boundary ropes for 4. The long off fielder was not in position when that ball was being bowled, but finally a few boundaries are coming up at the later part of this innings. They will definitely be happy. At the end of the 18th over, we're sitting at 121 for the loss of 5 wickets. Last 2 overs coming up now. Misses the bat completely. Cleanly collected by Sumit. Again, a beautiful push, will only be a single. Gets Manpreet back on strike. Ooh, a big ask there. No, says the umpire. Manpreet misses the ball completely. Missed the outside edge as well. Required run rate now at 65. 122 runs on board. Beautiful shot there. Extra cover fielder does well. Keeps it down to a single. Gets Pradeep back on strike. Beautiful shot. Will only be a single. Gets Manpreet back on strike. Fielder does well. The bowler himself ran back to just collect the ball. Last delivery coming up of the 19th over. Wide being called there by the umpire. We'll have to re-bowl that one. Beautiful shot there. Races to the long on region fielder. Will only be a single. Manpreet keeps the strike for the final over of day 3 between Samsung Tigers versus the ENA Strikers in the Intercompany Samsung Cricket Tournament. What an incredible contest we have had, which has been completely lopsided in the favor of the ENA Strikers. First with the bat and now with the wall. They have batted incredibly well from the beginning. Scored 219 in the first innings. Final over coming up of this match. A mere formality at this point. The new bowler, Vikas, comes back into the action. Good delivery there, just missed the outside edge, cleanly collected by Sumit, the keeper. Massive shot there, but fielder cuts it up. 2 runs being scored on that occasion. Manpreet gets back on strike. Overthrows being scored at that point. And it is racing away to the boundary ropes. Overthrows. What a valiant effort for a catch. Almost got it in. What a great effort there in the field from none other than Vasu, VJ69. If he would have caught that, the team would have been okay with a couple more ducks. Misses everyone and races to the boundary for 4 byes. A little late in terms of this innings. If we could have seen a few big overs in the beginning, then this would have been an exciting contest here. But so far, this has been completely one-sided towards in favor of the ENA strikers. Will only be a single. Kamanchu does well to keep it down to just a 1. For the last over, for the last delivery of this over and for the match, we have Manpreet facing. And with that, ENA strikers take this, but a beautiful boundary, no doubt. The ENA strikers have advanced to the finals of the Samsung Intercompany Cricket Tournament along with the Samsung Avengers. What an incredible match this has been for the ENA strikers. Great batting, great bowling, and incredible fielding. We have had an exciting day 3. Thank you for everyone for joining us here. And we thank both the teams and all the dignitaries who've been a part of this beautiful day 3 of the tournament. We will see you shortly for the post-match presentation.
Hello, hello, hello.